Let's see if I can find that message that I was reading off of before. It was somewhere back in August in my Discord. There we are. Nice. Okay. Welcome back, folks. We are here with Tim Allen. Trying to clear the DLC and Millennia at some point, tools only. Okay, we got Bestial Vitality, which is handy. I can never remember my way through these places, but... I got a chest. And that's got the key that I needed. There's an argument that could be made for going a little bit further along that path, just because there is a torch here. And I don't actually know if I own a torch that I can technically use, but it shouldn't matter. Okay, I think I remember the path through this area. I think this is where I need to go. Yep, this is it. I thought there might be something over there, but that's the spot with the lamenting visage. And this is where I get ambushed by an enemy. Okay, I think I remember the path now. So we are going to have to face the Lamenter at the end of this, which isn't something that I'm really looking forward to. It's not exactly a very fun fight. I can't remember if fire immunity is a universal thing for these guys, or just some of them. There you go. Either way, we're not exactly well set up to fight them. I don't really want to fight the jars, you know? Back here, isn't it? That door that was locked. Nope. There you are. Welcome to the stream, last one. Thanks for the hydrate. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm running around in little circles because it means I'm less likely to get hit if something pops out at me. Wait, maybe I don't know my way through here. Okay, let's try the highest door then. Is that the door that I need? I think it might be. Kind of just letting the spell heal me real quick. Well, not real quick, that's kind of the whole... There we go. Alright, not too bad. We made it down here alright. So, entire goal here, or the whole strategy here, is just clear the ads as quickly as I can. When he summons them, and otherwise... Otherwise, just stay on top of it. Got a couple of marks on me. There. Not too bad. It was just a good idea to face tank all of that. Because if I wasn't, then he was going to get a lot of damage. Well, then he was going to get a lot more marks on me. Alright, I cleared that. It's tricky to decide where to go next. The big thing about doing that was just that it got me... Alright, I could do that. There's some stuff that I need to clear in the storehouse as well. I think we'll head into the hinterlands real quick. I might even kill the Erd Tree Sentinels. Or the Tree Sentinels. I could have sworn that one gave 40k. Passing time until night. At some point in this process, we'll want to clear whatchamacallit, Bale. Oh, dang it, I'm stupid. That is a real waste of a rune. I don't think the other one respawns, but I could be wrong. They're treated as a single boss, even though you get a reward from each of them. Doing good. You're attacking me more with lag than you are with damage. It's honestly so much less painful using this thing that, like, it massively dwarfs the other tools. I'm curious to see how the Lamenter's mask plays out, but that's only going to be used in a single, very specific part of the game. Who knows, maybe I'll try and make the Lamenter's mask work against Leda and friends. Oh, it's still up ahead of us. I wanted to make sure I was going the right direction for these platforms. I never did retrieve those runes. You know what? The falling star beast over here is really convenient. Might as well kill it too. Get the extra runes for another level up. As long as I'm smart and careful, two things that I'm famously good at being. Then it shouldn't be a problem. What? What in the world just hit? Also, these guys always make me lag. It's so annoying. Really, dude? There we go. One thing that I definitely need to remember is when I fight Matir and Ramina, I need to use Golden Horn Tenders. Anyway, I'm not currently using a Rune Arc just because I am about to go to an area where there is a chance that I die just by not being quite careful enough. I've got high enough vigor that I really shouldn't have any trouble getting through this area, but play it safe, you know. That was probably the worst quit out I've hit in a long time. I hate those guys. Let's clear a little bit more of the storehouse before we go and kill Matir.
Just so. After Lord, it appears and taken. Surely you. After failing him, I'd do anything. What could they probably implicate?
Okay. Ah, that's where I'm supposed to go. Across the feet. I always forget that. And I wander over there, get into a fight with a Fire Knight, and Fire Knights aren't something that I particularly want to do battle with. In this build. Also, weird thought, but do y'all think that Mikola visited Mesmer on his way through? Like, he passed through the storehouse. You'd think that he would stop by and say hi to his brother. For some reason I thought that was going to put me at the lever. Must be a level too low. And there's a Fire Knight here. Hi, Freya.
Fickle, fidgety little letters. I should wipe you clean off the pin.
Let this guy do his thing. Also, I have the secret right scroll, so I can go and progress Ansbach's quest if I would like. At some point I'll head back down for the Pearl Drake talisman. I would like to have it, but pretty far from a necessity.
Now, Freya. Don't let it rile you up. Take it slow. Take it slow.
Let it rile you up, Freya.
Why, my lord? Will I ever make sense of this jumble?
Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do that approach. I absolutely don't need to kill this guy, and I don't particularly want to. It is possible with a careful setup to bait him to walk over to the cliff, and then there are a lot of weapons that can just knock him off. But it's not a setup that I've ever bothered to learn. I was trying to do something similar with the throwing dagger there, but didn't quite pull it off. Okay. That's the Shadow Keep explored, except for a couple of things that I want back down on the lower levels. Swing back through, go and pick up a swing back through, give Allensbach the scroll.
What could they possibly implicate? Well, yes, even as if he plans to, he has. Beggars, I'm afraid one thing. Righteous, you have given, but I can hard. I am a war. Curse it, I could spend the absent.
I can't recall if we actually need to participate in this to make sure Allensbach shows up, but could actually be kind of a fun fight. Does Letta not invade him if we don't help Freya? Okay then. Minor Tree. Not a particularly good spell. Probably makes sense for me to start investing in vigor again. Not entirely necessary, but it is nice to be at around 60 by the end of the DLC.
twice the start, rest assured. On the contrary, now, me. Oh, this evening, we studied the star you long ago. We too is that, and yet, I feel the conceit is then the answer never was. Marika and this no man we have. Ever young knew that it's a tragedy that he would feel come in the plague. Do you call it Marika? Well, it is their mother fingers. We all anew. May you join.
Okay. For this time around, I am probably just going to try and bait Aunt Anna off the cliff. Ugh. I think it's over here. That works. Well, I didn't have Archon, so that really isn't a big deal. You know what? Screw you, Anna. Screw you, Mateer. Double defense buff. It's kind of funny that people have complained so much about Ranah not having a cutscene as opposed to Mateer, and on the one hand there's an argument to be made that Mateer works better without a cutscene, given she's kind of just an eldritch abomination that we stumble onto. But there's a part of me that feels like she also just doesn't have a cutscene because that people complain about Ranah not having a cutscene because they want her to have a sexy voice. Or maybe a part of her scene where her helmet is off. You know, I might head back in there, sprint for those runes, and then see if I can hit a quit out. This isn't a particularly good matchup for this build. Fire isn't that great for Mateer. Really? How did that spawn so close to me? Alright, no more rune arcs, I think. Okay, I am getting her Really? Just I was fighting like a moron. I don't like her combos because I feel like some of the dodges have really unintuitive timings. There are so many times where I think I'm going to hit, or where I'm going to dodge, and I just get clobbered. And it doesn't make a ton of sense. Yeah, I have never once in my life seen anyone outdistance that. Really? I just don't even see much point in trying to dodge that one half the time. Yeah, that one just is impossible to dodge. It's actually an unfair attack. And I hesitate to say that about attacks, because most attacks in this game are pretty thoroughly fair. Oh my gosh, my runes are way over there. To kamikaze for that, or those guys were going to be a pain the rest of the fight. Really? That's bull crap. I dodged that. The timing on that one is just so stupid. Hang on. I want to check something. You know what, Matir, if you want to cheat, I will respond to that. Kind of surprised that I haven't already picked this one up, but I am perfectly okay. Going back for it now. Can I put an Ash of War on that? No, I can't. Dang it. I'm really trying to iframes that. Yeah. This is my last flask of food, though, so... Oh, nice. That is a lot of runes. Alright, screw you, Mateer. It's my own fault for not knowing the boss fight better, but at the same time, some of the stuff in that fight is just kinda crap. That one attack, I think that is the only time in my life that I've iframed it, and I had to use Vow of the Indomitable to do it. I don't think I'll bother fighting Count Ymir. That doesn't sound fun at all. You know, as weird as this may sound, it feels... Every time I do the DLC and I'm not doing all bosses in the DLC, it feels like I'm skipping a lot. Like, it just doesn't feel like there's that much stuff, and it's probably just because my perspective on the DLC is skewed by the base game, because the DLC has as many bosses as I think most DS1 games. Or, most Dark Souls games. Most DS1 games, I say. There is exactly one. But yeah, the DLC has 42 or 43 bosses, depending on how you count them. And I'm pretty sure that's like as many as Dark Souls 1. I don't know why I'm dismounting Torrent here. Hi, Salsa. For what it's worth, the jellyfish shield is pretty awful damage negation for a great shield. Especially when you consider stamina damage. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I'll admit, I was initially really seriously considering all bosses in the DLC, but I'm pretty glad that I didn't go that route, because I feel like that would have wound up being more tedious than fun. I hate this part of the world. The lag is just so awful. Like, it's probably one of the most beautiful areas of the entire game, but it becomes significantly less beautiful when it becomes significantly less beautiful when you're watching it at 12 FPS. trying to remember, because there is... Okay, it is there. That right there is technically the last tool of the DLC, but it doesn't entirely count because you need to use a consumable item in order to use it. Okay, I believe there's a skedoodle if I go back this way and pop up out of the area. Should be a pot enemy somewhere around here. There you are. That's the wrong way. Alright, and as ever, we're going to ignore Devonia. Because I don't like some of her hitboxes, and the damage that she outputs is just absurd. She does have a really small aggro region, though. That shadow guy had glowy eyes, which means he's going to give 5 times as many runes. And these are DLC enemies. Even basic enemies tend to drop a lot of runes in the DLC. Hi, Furnace Golem. We probably will get all the skedoodles. Speaking of which, I think I might have actually skipped one. Yeah, I don't know if I ever actually picked up this one. I went the wrong way instantly. I need to go back uphill slightly. Yeah, I really can't recall if I went down here on this run, because I have a memory of going this way, but it could easily be from storms only. Through the flower. I haven't gone this way. Might take a second and warp to EG. He has
Well, last walk.
somber threes. Should hopefully help with shield if I actually wind up guarding with it. I've pretty thoroughly neglected smithing stones on this run. Anyway. Right, I was making my way through Rawa Ruins. I need to double check the map. Okay, so there's the one in front of the altar. That's the one that I'm thinking of. So I do want to go in here. There's not too much I need to go in for. Except for this. I didn't know what that guy had. Apparently it was spirit calculi. $17 skadoobles. Horn scent is thoroughly dead. So we don't need to worry about getting invaded on our way to Romina. And we're gonna relearn Flame Cleanse Me. The big issue that I see coming up in this fight is just that it can be really tricky to get close to Romina, and this thing doesn't have quite the range that I would like. But with that said... Oh, hang on. Start over. I'll show y'all what the thing that I picked up does eventually, but for now. Can I please not be on? Nice, I got both buffs. I don't usually get both buffs because I usually forget to put these guys on my hotbar. And I kind of regretted having them, but that wasn't that bad. Luckily, fire is the best damage type against her. Okay, we got 55 vigor. We actually can't burn the ceiling tree now. You know, I just had a really funny thought. Here, I'll let you look Tim Allen in the face while I describe it, but I just had a really funny thought, because I've said a few times now, if they did a sequel to Elden Ring, if they did Elden Ring 2, I've said more than once that it would almost have to focus on the implications of Godwyn, because we don't do anything to deal with Godwyn in most endings of this game. The Frenzied Flame ending deals with him. Shoutouts to Frenzied Flame for that. The Fia ending arguably also deals with him. But the rest of them, nothing. Even the Golden Order ending, well, no, the Golden Order ending arguably deals with him. The Fia ending just accepts him and kind of rushes his plot line along, if anything. But a lot of people were hoping for more Godwyn in the DLC, especially because there was stuff in the base game indicating that at one point Mikola was trying to resurrect Godwyn. And a lot of people have said that it would have made so much more sense if Godwyn had been his consort instead of Radahn. But if they ever make Elden Ring 2, Miyazaki has the chance to do the funniest thing by once again making it all about Mikola. Just have Mikola like resurrect or something. Have someone resurrect him as their consort or some such. That would honestly be hilarious. I would hate it. I would be so pissed, but it would be really funny. Ceiling tree obscures the tower in shadow. It cannot be burned without Messmer's kindling. And I've heard that those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame, so it's definitely got kindling. Okay. I'm trying to think what else we need to do before we respec for Messmer and Midra, and I honestly think all that we have to do is Bale. I think it's just Bale. Well, we need to kill the dragon on the way to Bale, but... Oh, also, that other tool that I was gonna show y'all. Where are you? The Bond Stone. If we look at it, doesn't seem to have done anything. And no, I don't think that little glow does any damage. I guess I could test. I've never actually checked this. Does not do any damage. It would be really funny if that was actually a damaging option. It would be even funnier if it was like stupidly high damage or optimizable, like it scales with every single stat or something, but no. Does no damage. But if I pair it with a Sprite Stone, which I don't know whether I have. Ah, here we are. I don't have any beast horns. Hang on. I know where to find beast horns. I'm sorry, animals, but I'm pretty sure all of you have a chance to drop them. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they can't drop from these guys. Well, in that case, I know there's like a boar up here, who I think has some extra horns, so it can probably drop them. I don't know why that never seems to hit those. I'm guessing that its hitbox is getting caught on the ground. Okay, hang on. Beast horns, Elden Rain. Gotcha. Sorry, I'm just trying to show y'all what this does. There's a beast horn. I want a few. They drop these a lot. Oh, and the spirit calculus. Those are also necessary for crafting sprite stones. It said that you would drop them. So far I'm not convinced. Might just be the boars that drop them. I mean, that's fine. We got plenty, but... Oh, this is one of the other boars that I killed. Okay, so... Back to... Here. We'll go back to the Dragon's Pit Terminus. Now that we have the stuff for it, do we have the right recipes, though, for one of these? So we have the Sprite Stone. We don't have the stuff for a Fire Sprite Stone. Antiquity Scholars Cookbook. Over there. Oh, it has no interaction with the bond stone. Okay, then it doesn't matter. So, if we pull up the Sprite Stone now, we can activate the Sprite Stone, and if we use the Bond Stone, it explodes, I think, bigger. Or maybe instantly or something. Anyway. Bond Stone, technically a tool, but the Sprite Stone isn't, and the Sprite Stone can do damage by itself. So I decided to lump those in with consumables for the purpose of this run. Oh, now we have to walk all the way up the mountain. Oh. Also, ooh, you know what? So we've got this, but our remaining boss fights are Bale and Mesmer and Millennia and Midra. All of those would be good with a Golden Horn Tender. We might take the time to find out where we can get more Golden Horn Tenders. Also, I'm going to do something that I should have already done, because it would really help if I could not have to toggle off of perfumed oil in order to heal. You gotta wonder, these crags show signs of being melted. So did Bale... Was it Bale that melted rocks on his way up here, or do dragons routinely melt the rocks around their dens, or what? I'm going to force myself to ignore all of the random flowers on the path. But I always seem to turn aside and pick up, despite absolutely not needing them. If we ever do consumables only in the DLC, which is something that I'd like to do, we are going to wind up cheating in a lot of the materials, just because I feel like farming would be really tedious. So like, when we get unlimited access to the stuff that we get unlimited access to the stuff that also we're gonna do our usual here. Just let these guys go ham. When we get unlimited access to a certain crafting material, I will then feel okay cheating it in. Especially because there's one that we get... There's one consumable that we get fully unlimited access to right from the start of the game. And... yeah, there's no point. Like, we can just get so many of them that we can kill whatever we need to unlimitedly. It's It's not like a question of, oh, do you have enough rooms or enough levels? No, you could just go and pick up round rocks and use those to farm whatever you want. But the farming just doesn't sound fun. Whereas there are a lot of really cool consumables in DLC. We got all of the big pots, we got some little pots. I hope this isn't too intense for y'all. Yeah, you got big pots, you got the little pot, you got some little pots. You have the sprite zones. You got the meat. Wraith meat or whatever the heck it's called. Hopefully this is going pretty quick.
Everyone there was.
There you go.
A fellow Drake warrior. Egon. Piteous Egon. Do you not remember?
Honestly, at this pace,
Conjure your past.
could theoretically
How once
finish the
you
stream.
were.
Although I don't know how likely that
Yet
is,
foreign to
given
grant me that I take this fit scale, summon me, my limb, but a dread mice. Proud scale, summon me.
yeah, we could theoretically finish today. It's just the DLC that we're doing, plus Millennia. Why do I always turn aside to pick flowers? Also, yes, there was already someone who tried to beat the game essentially using only flowers. Their rule set was slightly different. They were trying to be a vegan pacifist, where they only killed bosses and only used non-animal no, not a vegan pacifist, a vegan craftsman. Where they tried to use only non-animal products that they could craft. Nice insects, you're the worst. No one likes you and no one ever will. I kind of want to see if I can get to 99 dexterity. There's a difference between sharp gravelstone and the flowers. The sharp gravelstone could theoretically be used to give me consumable items that give useful buffs. That one spot there is such a troll. But you can't always fall down the first time you go up that way. Okay, let's talk talismans. I think this loadout makes sense for me. As much as I'd like the physical reduction, that, the lightning and fire are the things that I have more trouble dodging. Gotta love how I have just fully met the requirements for all of these thanks to the rune arc. I wouldn't be able to use any of these one-handed without the rune arc, but they all measure as usable. Yeah, so I see a chance that I try and use the Sacred Scripture Shield because there are a couple of Bale's moves that I'm pretty terrible at dodging. I think I may have just replaced... Yeah, I just replaced the...
Curse you, Bale! I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon. Your fears made from solid scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten eyes with a hail of harpoons, with every last drop of my being.
Taking some aggro out, or cooldown.
You shall haunt me no longer.
He's the best. I love Egon so much. Okay. We have 39,000 runes. So here's my thought process. We want to fight Millennia, but we also probably want a golden horn tender for her. So with that in mind, I think the play is to go down to the Darklight Catacombs and make our way through to Jory. Because with those runes, we should be able to get a cheeky level up to clear what we've got right now. And we should be able to get another golden horn tender down there. I might look up where we can get more. I mean, failing all else, we could theoretically farm them from the annoying people in... We could farm them from the Inquisitors, because the Inquisitors drop them naturally. Jeez. Oh, come on. Fine, I'll go carefully. I didn't think I needed to kill that guy or to use a flask to heal. I always duck back behind there because otherwise I feel like he always manages to get me. probably jumps off the cliff at some point. They're cool catacombs if you're actually trying to, like, loot them and stuff. Like, I genuinely love the design of the Dark Light catacombs. They're a cool concept, and they're pretty well executed. I like, honestly, all the catacombs in the DLC. But we are trying to go fast. Okay. I'm just gonna sit here for a sec. We won't let our FP fully regen, but we'll let our HP get back to full, or our bestial vitality run out, whichever comes first. Now the trouble that we're going to encounter is that we don't have the best ways. We don't have a way to keep him in place. I should have been using the Holy Resist Talisman, and I realized that partway through the fight, but didn't really have a great opportunity to swap. Okay, that's fine. Waste of a rune arc, but livable. Yeah, because, like, none of these guys do physical to any significant extent. I won't risk another rune arc on Jory. it's just kind of worth it to use the golden foulfoots nowadays. Well, at this point in the run, because I've got less bosses left that I'm planning to beat than golden foulfoots and horn tenders. Oh, holy crap. 90k, really? Dang. Oh, you know what? I think I know where I can get that. So I thought of this a while back when I swapped to this build. Nice. Back to the abyss. You know, I did think just as I was approaching, should I use a rune arc? But no, definitely not. I have the abyss up ahead, and that means dealing with the aging untouchables. Let's let Torrent get spooked. And for once, I am not really planning to fight the Matting Hand. I mean, I guess I could, just to see how this build actually matches up into it, but I'm guessing it's not gonna do that well. I kinda wish I had the invisibility spell right now. Okay, it's not that bad. Kinda surprised I didn't get madness there, but I'll take it. Awesome weapon, by the way, like genuinely so strong. I've said it before, but if I had to pick one, I would say that fists are probably the strongest weapon class in Elden Ring. They're just so consistently good against practically everything. Hello, Arathas. Oh, also, one of the funny things about Sprite Stones is just that you're capped at holding like 5 of them. Which I find pretty humorous. Just from the perspective of, hey, let's make this incredibly niche consumable projectile that costs FP and scales mostly with arcane. And then let's never let the person carry more than 5 of them. There's one more skidooble in this area. Bye. Bye indeed, sheep. Bye indeed. Hey, first try. Well, now we have a golden horn tender for millennia. And I'm pretty sure there's a guaranteed one on the way into Mass. Yeah, there is. It's in the library. I've picked it up every single time I've played through this DLC. Okay, that's one. I can never remember. Actually, I wonder if there's a way to scale these tree roots and just get past this area. So that would be very helpful. Hey, there we go. Yeah, I should totally just do that every time. Because stealthing past those guys or parrying them, both are pretty annoying. Individually, they're not hard to parry at all, but when two of them are attacking at once, it gets really bothersome. You got a golden horn tender for me? Nope. You're as much of a disappointment to me as you are to your capital. Weird choice, but... Oh, hang on. That got me to heavy load. I don't know if y'all saw. But I was about to be fat rolling. I figured I would kill a few more along the way, see if I could get some horn tenders. Really? Not a single one of you. That is so disappointing. You've let me down, random people that I just murdered. You've let me down. So yeah, I'm pretty sure these are, like, I've had a theory for a while that these are all small great swords of damnation, but they didn't grow full-sized because the beings therein are dead, whereas Midra is alive. Midra is about to scream or talk.
Come no closer. No.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off, Midra. I'm sorry. We aren't going all the way to Midra, by the way. Hi, Midra. Shout out to Torches. Welcome to Torches. Really? Not a single one? That's just rude, game. Also, we're gonna do a loop because I forgot to grab the thing on top of that shelf, and while I don't know what it is, I feel like looting. Also, in case I've never shown this before on stream, this leads back to the main hall. Cheeky little shortcut, but not entirely necessary since it is right past another grace. I guess it might be easier to farm those guys for golden horn tenders going through there. For a second there, I thought that thing was just hanging in the air. Thought physics had broken. Ah, it's a Shadow Realm. That's handy. Thought those candles over there were good. Okay, so we're definitely not going to fight Midra right now, because I would prefer not to fight him with a fire build. Oops. Which means I think it's time for Millennia. We have attempted Millennia once, tools only, using the Regal, or a couple of times tools only, using the Regal Omen Bairns. Wasn't very good. Oh, that's very nice. But fire is very effective against her. We just have to play it smart since we are using projectiles that probably won't flinch her. And this order, unlike Storms Only, where I wanted to do it, where I wanted to save Millennia for the end for style, is purely practical. I want to do this fight with fire damage, and I would like to get the levels from it sooner rather than later. Oh, I kind of forgot that she would be... I kind of forgot. We have already seen her cutscenes. Okay, probably gonna waterfowl soon. Got a cheeky... Okay, sorry, Millennia, just taking a second to rebuff. I'm not going at a good pace. What I mean is that I'm not using my FP efficiently. I'm not playing this particularly well. I got caught by multiple waterfowls just way too close. I wasn't being patient. Also, as much as I hate to say it, we're probably gonna need more than 4 blue flasks here. I think 8 and 6 is a better pairing. We can try our best to prioritize. We can try our best to prioritize getting healing from Blessing's Boon, which will help. Also, where in the world are my runes? There they are. Hang on a second, Millennia. I won't have any of these nice, safe rebuff opportunities, except when she does Scarlet Ionia. Okay, that's phase 1. 2 flasks down. Part of the trouble is definitely just the fact that I'm not light roll right now, because I find it very helpful to be light rolling on Millennia. It'd be kind of cool to do a deep dive into like the patterning on the Rakshasa armor, because there's a lot of detail on it. But it's kind of hard to see sometimes because the color pattern, the colors are so dark that the shapes just turn into slight shadows. That was unfair. Oh my gosh. I was quitting out anyway. I don't have Flame Cleanse Me prepped because I almost never get rotted in this fight. Like, I actually almost never get rotted. Alright, let's try again. We can do that again. I always knew I was going to struggle against Millennia on a build that can't really pressure her, so this isn't that surprising. Might not bother with the jellyfish shield art, except when I'm Sorry, Millennia, I want a rebuff. Really, Millennia? That was just rude. Oh my gosh, I'm dead. Well, I'm not dead, but I'm very close to it. It double pressed somehow. I did not press that button. And it just did it twice. Oh well. I knew this fight was going to be difficult, tools only. I am pretty out of practice, and I did mainly get through here by having some busted Ash of Wars in the previous run. Why can't I roll sometimes? Sure, just multi-hit me like crazy, and I should be able to dodge. She keeps going for... It's always waterfowl. It's always waterfowl. And I can't do the up-close dodge. I have tried to learn it, but most of the time you need to be in light roll for it anyway. Sorry, Millennia, just gonna duck away real quick, get a buff. clones. Okay. Dang it. Oh boy, that was close. That was very, very close. Also, I just got like 800,000 runes.
My brother. I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
I finally met my match.
Hang on a sec. I need to stand. I really do. I'm getting so sore sitting in that chair. Oh boy. That was a tough fight. I wonder how long that took. 99 dex, let's go. That's totally something that actually matters and is helpful. Okay. That, I believe, was our last fire damage target for the moment. I'll double check our bosses. So, Divine Beast, done. Ranah, done. Putrescent Knight, done. Although I haven't done Tiolier's quest, I should probably do that at some point. Bale, done. Matir, done. Skaruvatar, done. Gaius, done. Hippo, done. Not technically a remembrance boss, but still nice to do. Romina, done. Yeah, so it's Midra, Mesmer, the Leda fight, and Consort. In the base game, we'd already done all remembrances before even trying the DLC, except Moog and Rykard, who we cheated on. Because I wanted the Blasphemous Claw. So, yeah, the fact that I still don't have a map down here is really kind of funny. Hang on. I actually want that map. I know where it is. I'm pretty sure I didn't when I played through this before. It's just over in that pavilion. Alright, that means it's time to go back to Ranah. And it's time to figure out what build we're going with for that. So, here's the thing. Where are you? This... Oh. We gotta step outside. Hang on, Ranah. And there is a reason I took my armor off. Here, I'll show you. I can't use the Lamenter's mask while I... Oh, oops. While I have armor on. Because the first part is just to put it on. It's the second part, though, that we care about. Yeah, see, that's not bad timing at all. And it scales with strength. It is a bit sad that while Perfumed Oil had an A scaling, the mask only has a B scaling, but there is absolutely nothing we can do about that. So, with that in mind, let's think about our gear. Luckily, there's not too much to think about, Because I do think it's mostly just going to be this. Oh, except we don't want the scorpion. Oh, this is kind of tricky. I'm trying to think what we even care about without, if we don't have the scorpion. Because nothing buffs us except the Star Scourge heirloom, and we probably won't need that. We're probably going to be able to go straight to 99 faith. Huh. Oh, that's really tricky, honestly. I didn't even think about that. I'm going to check the wiki when it comes to the Lamenter's Mask. Make sure I'm not forgetting any mechanics. Like, it doesn't become faster with Dex or something, does it? Okay. Oh, that's really tricky, because we shouldn't need much FP. It might just be the Erd Tree's favor. Like, we don't need the equip load reduction, but HP and stamina are pretty nice. I am genuinely struggling to think of a single item or talisman that actually pairs well with this. Holy crap, there's no support for this thing. Midra and Midra and Mesmer don't block, so the hammer talisman is useless, but if I'm looking at the hammer talisman, you already know that I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel. Okay, that's useful. Bull Goat's talisman should be useful. Do I already have that? I feel like I would, but I should check. Blue Dancer Charm, there we go. That's the play here. Do I have Blue Dancer? I don't even know if I've picked up the Blue Dancer talisman. I haven't. I have picked up neither Blue Dancer nor Bull Goat, so hang on a sec. Can't believe I haven't picked up either of the two individual talismans that could legitimately give me some sort of benefit here. Luckily, I don't actually have to go all the way through this cave. Unluckily, I do have to get past a rune bear. For a second there, I really thought that it had just missed me. Hi, Mr. Rune Bear. This is where. Okay, now to descend into a dungeon that is in Limgrave. There it is. Wrong way. Chill, guys. You can barely touch me anyway. I can't actually remember. Do I just drop down? I feel like I did. Okay. So, this isn't a great damage type for this fight, probably, because we're about to fight a stone golem, but on the other side, we are level 200 something, I think. And this stone golem has weak ankles, so I'm not putting on Gold Scarab for that. It is completely pointless. Apparently something is still aggroed onto me. Could not tell you what, but... Okay, now we've got the two things that actually matter for this build. And I kid you not, nothing else gives any meaningful benefit here. We could theoretically try something like Winged Sword or one of the crucibles, like the Backstep Talisman, or Godskin Swaddling Cloth, but with the crucibles, I don't feel like taking more damage when I'm literally not wearing armor. And I don't feel like taking more damage when... I kind of doubt that the multi-hit talismans would even work if we were able to get off multiple hits in quick succession. So, with that in mind, our prospective build is looking like this. Probably with Azure's staff in the offhand so that we have a decent shot at getting our spells off. Azure's, not Azure's. Blue Dancer. Less than 8 is the maximum. Less than 8 is the maximum buff, but we'll still be around 13% if we roll with that. Well, if we roll with this, hang on, I have an idea. Because we'll probably be able to invest a decent bit in our faith There we go. Below 8 Miyazaki lows is the relevant equip load. With that in mind, we need a maximum equip load of at least 10... Oh wait, but we want light load, which I think is like 40%. We want at least 18.5, I believe, as our maximum equip load. It shouldn't be an issue. And I honestly don't know how much this will help, but it's there, and it gives us a better chance of not being flinched out of our actions. So, let's shoot for 40 faith. Is there anything we care about casting above 40 faith? 30... 38 for Blessing of the Erd Tree is nice. Erd Tree Heal gives 42, but I don't think we'll be able to justify that one. Hang on. We don't need as much faith as I was thinking. Because Blessing's Boon is still arguably better than Blessing of the Erd Tree just by being less of a chug, less of a NFP chug. And it's a lot easier to spare the single level of oh yeah, I gotta check a spell, sorry. Okay. There's one spell that we don't have, but might wind up getting if I start struggling with Mesmer and Midra. But it's only 24 faith requirement. I think we'll go for 30. I think we'll run faith up to 30. And vigor as we have it.
Is it time? Now.
I love how literally anything would be light rolling with this equipment. Okay. Faith. Taking this all the way to 99 strength. There's no question about that. We want as much damage out of this thing as we can get. At this level, we're probably prioritizing this just for for this, we're just We're getting endurance for stamina itself, not for equip load. Yeah, it's not that much of a difference. Not with the build that we're going for. All we're using mine for is Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength, for the most part. Yeah, we'll go for 60 Vigor.
Thou art now as my thank.
Beautiful. You can really tell that we've been reborn. I just want to make sure that this is still the case. Yep. Okay, so having Azur's staff in our offhand gives us the casting speed buff, even though we don't have... Oh, you're kidding me. Even with Bullgoat's Talisman, I've got 0 poise because it's a multiplier. I hate you. Fine, I'll go and get... I was thinking about going to get Two-Headed Turtle. But honestly, this might be the best build that we have. I am going to test something real quick. And we're heading to the Church of Vows, so you know that I'm going to test damage. Oh, hi there. Really? Well, there we go. That was how I fared against a Liurnia boss. Oh, I'm not that optimistic, to be honest. It's okay. We're gonna be fine. Trust. Okay, so...
My flesh is akin to stone. I cannot die, but
Okay.
nor will I cause any harm unto you. Cease your fury.
Sorry, Muriel. I just needed to test damage, make sure that those buffs all applied. And we'll do Mesmer, then Midra. Oh, and I have to rethink my physic. Because fire buff doesn't help me at all anymore. Honestly, probably either green burst or crimson burst. I'll go with green burst for now. Oh, and let's fix my flasks. I only need like 2 maximum in FP. Alright, well, let's see how we do trying to beat Mesmer to death with literally our face.
Mongrel intruder. That tarnished.
I wonder if we still have the tarnished eyes in this form. I don't think we do.
Wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of life?
I think our eyes are like sealed shut or heavily lidded in this mask.
My purpose standeth unchanged. Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death. In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
I wasn't fighting that particularly well. I was wasting a lot of heals. Buff. I'm taking pretty reasonable damage. Probably primarily because of the talismans that I'm packing. Really? That one is. I should have done that. Really? Dang it. I don't think we're doing particularly well on heals, but we're also not doing terribly. The trouble is just that we don't have good damage.
A lord devoid of light.
Death by, like, 50-something cuts, I think, because he has, like, 40,000 health.
No, mother. Forgive me.
This is an 18 Skadu build, by the way. Then he pops the rune, goes out, levels up, he feels much more prepared for this fight, and he comes back.
Soon tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
Dang it.
Shall I?
Howdy, SK5. I mean, it's not exactly an easy fight. My damage is pitiful, and I was hemorrhaging heals. I think I can do that in one more try, though. Let's use another Renard. We only got 3 bosses left. Yep, tools only. I went through most of the... I did tools only in the base game ages ago, but I never did Millennia, and I hadn't done the DLC, so I recently decided to revisit. Did most of the... started the DLC with the Bairns. Did most of it with the Perfumed Oil, but I decided that fire damage probably wasn't the play for Mesmer and Midra. So looking at my options, I settled on the Lamenter's mask. Oh, shoot. Feeding your fishes, go for it. There's an argument to be made that I should be running Ancestral Infant's Head instead, but when else was I going to get to use this thing? I hate that combo, he does it so rarely. Really? I'm stupid. I will read comments after the fight. This one does require all of my focus. Sorry, it's just... Okay. I thought I was gonna die there.
In the embrace.
No, you can totally beat this boss. Unironically, Mesmer is, in my personal opinion, the best designed boss in the game. Also... Oh, one more. Why not? I'm burning through runes, but oh well. This guy is probably the single best designed boss in the game. He is very effective, but he rewards all of the right things, all of the skills that you're supposed to learn throughout the game, like playing aggressively, watching for tells in his patterns. Like, there's very little that he does that doesn't feel completely and totally fair. That was fair, I'm just nice. What kind of fish? Oh my gosh. Rice fish, Medeka, currently running an endangered species project. Nice. Sorry, this is gonna take me a few tries. Because, yeah. It's so funny that I have to redo this whole animation. Okay, no more rune arcs. I'm rolling just way too low. I'm oh boy.
Of Mesmer's flame.
Okay. For what it's worth, still not as bad as Tools Only Radagon. I'm not even exaggerating. For a month after Tools Only Radagon, I had nightmares of his boss music. Dang it. Oh, I needed that opportunity to golden vow. I rolled.
In the embrace of mesmerism.
Just because I think he's the best designed boss in the game doesn't mean that I am consistently good at him. And this is a long freaking fight. While I'm thinking about it, I really feel like Crimson Burst is the better play, and I might save it until Phase 2 when it's harder to get my Golden Vows and Blessings wounds off. Oh, I say as I use it right before Phase 1. Well, we'll see how it helps. We'll see if it helps. He instantly knocked me out of the Lamenter form. I don't know if that's supposed to happen. Okay. We can do this. I might shake it up and go try Nutra instead. Nutra is definitely a little bit easier. I might just let him kill me and restart. That is a bad way to start off their fight. Okay, apparently I always drop out of that form. And in case you were wondering, yeah, I can't wear armor in this form. Stupid. I knew that combo wasn't over. Oh boy. One more try on this, and then I think I'll go fight Mesmer for a little bit. I should probably call this by 11 though, especially since I haven't had it. That's right, I'm playing like this on an empty stomach. In fact, I might be playing like this because I'm on an empty stomach. I'm playing worse as time goes on. I've got an idea of how to play, but I think I need to shake this up, or I am going to go insane. Regardless of how this plays out, it's still not going to be a fire giant or a rat of east situation. I am kind of curious, actually. Hang on. Mesmer. He's only 40% fire resistant. I'm almost questioning my decision to avoid using the perfumed oil here. It would make it a lot safer to punish. And I could wear armor. Same with Midra, weirdly enough. Anyway, let's go try Midra. So otherwise, I'm probably gonna start tilting. Oh wow, this is a bad choice for Midra. This damage is way worse than I expected it to be, if I'm honest. Like, I know it's only B strength scaling, but I really expected it to be better.
depths of your foolish...
This isn't supposed to be really even part of the fight. Okay. Really starting to question my choices now. Maybe I should just go with the infant head. It's so much more buffable.
Enough. I have endured more than enough.
Oh, I forgot to turn up the music for this fight. If I manage to clear it on this attempt, which is pretty unlikely, I'd say.
I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
Then I apologize, because y'all won't get to hear the music full volume, and this is the best music in the game. Oh, dang. Ah, dang it. I take so much madness build up, it's kind of insane. Pun not intended, but you know what? I don't mind my accidental pun. Also, I really wasn't paying attention to his health there, so I have no idea how close he was to phase 2.
The depths of your foolish...
There. Much cleaner phase. Much cleaner pre-Midra. I can't even call that phase 1 realistically. It's just... I forgot to turn music over. That's the move that I can't see, even if I'm watching. Dang it. One frenzy proc. This might have been a poor decision. Folks, I think I might call it there. I know I said I might go to 11, but I'm really hungry. And frankly, I think I just need to rest and let my brain catch up. I don't know when my next stream will be. Latest should be next Friday. I don't think I'll be streaming on Monday. I could see if I can slip in a stream tomorrow. I usually go to my parents' house for dinner on Sundays, but I think that's canceled this week. I need to double check that. Anyway, I don't know what's going on any more than any of you. If you haven't already, feel free to drop a follow so you get notifications. If you don't feel like it, that is okay. I don't make a living doing this. I'm just streaming this to force myself to actually finish it. Holy cow, Tim Allen is honestly not looking his best. Tim Allen in his underwear, folks. Anyway, with that said, yeah, I will stream as soon as I can. Maybe I'll be able to slip something in tomorrow. I really should also just consider whether this is the right option for these fights. I'm really starting to think Infant's Head might turn out to do better. At the same time, I haven't used it for anything I really want to. It's a DLC only tool. It's the only one that seems complete garbage. No, that's an exaggeration. Among other things, Horned Bairn is probably worse. Anyway, I appreciate y'all. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Later, folks. Bye, 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 bye.